Well, hello there. Make sure everything's squared away here. I think we're good. Okay, so let's get back onto what we were doing here. I believe. Oh, I forgot to open a terminal. Get that open. I believe we were trying to figure out how we want to display the choices of what to modify. Right now we can do skills and attributes. Status effect. Property to modify. Yes. And then we need to... We have adding and removing a tick in a duration. We need to change this text to be correct, which would be like a set type deal. And then this, I think what we'll do is we'll put, kind of like we did here, we'll put in two different deals. I'd also like this to move in a little bit. So that they're like right here, but still lined up, right? So we just need to limit this width. And I'm thinking a drop down to select what thing to modify, and then you get another drop down for chooser for the things within that. It's kind of what I'm leaning toward. But let's go ahead and take care of our ticker dealio. And details. New spinner. Per tick. This is our tick time value. Duration value. Right, damage per tick is just... always there, but... doesn't have much... doesn't have much bearing if if it doesn't tick, right? I'm thinking about like is there a use case for a thing that does damage but not on a tick? It just does damage. Or if we do... we also need to get the data out of these guys, but that's fine. I think we want to say here... so first and foremost, this we need to have We have data. We need to have a get value. It's going to return actually we give you the pointer, so we actually don't need this. Okay, that's right. So you modify this in place. Does that matter for updatey reasons? I think it matter equally either way. I suspect we're going to have to do an updater here. But we can say if datastruct.tickTime is not an empty string, and or rather duration. Now, does duration matter? I think it's only if it has a tick time this is valid. Except for we want this label to always exist. We want this spinner or actually, can we do set this to the inverse of id.datastruct.tickTime equaling an empty string. Can I do that? Will that make sense? Or will this be kind of confusing? Should we replace this instead with a label? Okay, well that didn't work for one thing. Because I did my deal wrong. That's fine. Because if this is not an empty string, then disable is true. Should actually just be this for this. But oh my gosh, get over there. We could instead do if this is not empty, then we do this. Get rid of this line. Like so. Else. We just do we would need to also do a new frame here for this so that we can update just this, right? This goes on W. Probably needs a styler if we're going to do that. And then it'll be a grow. I think that's all it would need. So we do this, and you go value container, set value, else. new text in this. Set text to effect is not tick, right? So this still gets its spinner. This gets that label. But if we were to change this, I don't think it'd be updated correctly. Yeah, nothing changes that. So what we need to do is put this inside of an updater. Like so. And then take time. On change. We need to make sure that we do send a change when we change this, but put this in here. We need to put you after though. Let's actually put you even more after, just for just for visual organization. For take value container update. View children data is that update. Send change. And we do the same thing here. Send change. Hook the signals up together. Now you are labeled you still exist. If I add a duration, and then if I add a tick time, so in our updater, we actually need to delete the children and rebuild it. So here, if I was to take tick time away, it does not tick. I add it. We get added. Perfect. Okay. Let's do a commit for that. Only display damage per tick spinner if the effect has a tick time. And then duration, I'm pretty sure we handle correctly to where if it has no duration, it'll just tick one time. We'll figure it out in testing if it does. I can leave myself a note actually to check. Server events. Ensure not events, effects. Sure, an effect with no tick time will correctly tick once and then be cleaned up. Wait, no, sorry. No duration. Will tick once and then be... No, wait, that should be forever. 0 is forever for these. That's why we did this. So if we have a tick time... Yes. Tick time is the only thing that matters, so I don't even need this note. Tick time should be the only thing that matters for damage per tick. Otherwise, it's just a static thing, and if the duration is 0, it's just forever until something cleans it up, takes it off, right? Okay, so we'll leave that. That should be fine. The widget here, we need to fix you up. Let's give this a no data text is that, and then double check here. Well, here we are again indeed. How's Mr. Ash today? How's Friday treating you? How's the week been? How's all the things? And then you don't have a label in that state, so that's fine. We just need no data text. We'll go generate so that we can get the free convenience setter for no data text. Actually, I want this to be empty data text. Friday is okay, but I'm very disappointed at the quality of our Go doc strings for some crucial libraries I had to use. Doc strings. Docs. How am I? I'm all right. Just, you know, making my way. Trying to stay positive. Been very, very busy doing a lot of things over the week. Not as much done as I really hoped, but, you know, it is what it is. There were distractions. There were other things that had to be done. Okay, so there we go. We've regenerated that. So in here, when we set our stuff, this should be effect does not tick. Right, yes. This should be EW dot empty data text. And then we should default this at the very beginning. So that it's never an empty string, right? So we'll say what do we want to say? No data, I guess? It's a little bit confusing. We'll have to think about that a little bit. Sounds like fun. I mean, mixed bag, right? So when we set U, you should have set empty data text. Effect has no duration. And then this will be effect does not tick. Also, manager decided we need to have more meetings, at least until we figure out why nothing gets done. The old beatings will continue until morale improves approach. No duration, does not tick, does not tick. Perfect. Add a tick. Bam. Get rid of you. Bam. Perfect. And then the it's mostly a joke, mostly. Mostly. We'll also need for the actually, what if we just did instead of add tick? We'll just add. That way you don't have to try to say, well, it's I guess we could do instead of duration does not tick. We have a caser in here. I know we played with one the other day. No, we don't. We would have to add one. What we could do instead of calling this empty data text, we could call you label. Leave my strings alone. Leave my type gen alone because we've regen. I also had the displeasure of having to deal with fixing some Python unit tests today. Ew, gross. Keep saying that, but our code base in Python is really awful, at least when it comes to unit tests. Yeah. Python people tend to omit testing a lot, I've noticed. Every single standard library function, or every single standard library function, object, method, or global variable is mocked out. We have hundreds of test cases, all verifying that if and for work is intended. Yeah. Yeah. We can do this, and then we can say table we can do this formats printf and effect has no this, which is label, but we'll do to lower on you. Why can't I do that? Because that. And then here, we do U as add bop, which is label. But only one, or only 2Ds. How about instead of 3? No, seriously, I asked on multiple occasions what particular unit tests we're supposed to prove, and it always boils down to that. The fact that however lightly you touch the code, you must update tests prove that those same tests are useless. Yes, that is true. If you don't modify expected behavior, then the test should not be broken. I'm both surprised and not that you encounter this. Label. Need to regen. And then we'll have to update this to be set label, but that's fine. Go. This is duration. This is tick. Most of the company is fine, but my immediate team doesn't quite get the why of unit tests. I mean, oops, that's not what I want. What about this? I've worked with a lot of people that didn't quite get the why of tests in general. Found it deeply frustrating. Add duration, add tick. Okay, love that. Much better. Now let's just fix the spacing. Let's actually do update duration widget to take a label to dynamically build might be a typo. Oh well. Build the labels for no data and the add button label. And then you do this. We tell you to grow, but give you a max but. Your 2 columns, content frame, we just let you do a styler, which is to grow on the X, but let's say, or actually we could leave that alone. And we could just say, in this case, tell you that you can only be 70. Maybe I just don't want to justify to the end? Maybe that's better. No, we're scraggly then. That's why we justify to the end. We just need to tell this that it's not allowed to be so ginormous. I think is the answer. Which this is 70. should actually probably be... What if we did 30 on you as well? On both of you. Actually. That's probably a little too little bit, but we'll see. It's actually not bad. Actually, these are going to be a little scraggly either way, right? Use a line up there, but not here. It's probably fine either way, but, you know. Yeah, that's better. I like it better that way. But let's give you just a little bit more room to breathe. Kind of wiggles a little, but it's probably fine. It's less noticeable because you're directly doing things. It's probably fine. We'll leave it there for now. And we'll do... I lied, we'll take that out. Then we'll do... Commit. Fine layout of the duration widget. Okay. Now that we've tied up those little bitty bits and bobs, let's figure out this. We just have a placeholder here for now. What we could try, this will be, we're not going to be reusing this, I don't think. So we'll just do it here. We'll make a modifier container. We'll keep it property modifier container, since property label is what we called the thing. New frame, off a W. Means we can get rid of that one. Put a styler on you. Tell you to grow. Display is a grid. Columns is 2 because we want to put 2 columns in for the 2 things so that things can be a little tidy. Then we do property type chooser. Just a new chooser goes in there. Let's see here. Pull up the docs just so we have them ready to go as we make our way through chooser land. So we'll need to build items in order for us to have knowledge of the items. We'll need to do we'll have to build them. And I guess we can do this. And this will be, let's see, how do we want to tie into this? The text will be easy. Don't need an icon. Don't really need that. Funk. What is funk in a chooser item? Function to call whenever this item is selected as the current value of the chooser. Okay. So instead of having a value, we can have a func. This will be, but we won't know. That's fine. Our skills and attributes, attribute manager dot. Oh, that's a type. Or a constant rather. Get skills. No. Get attributes is what we want this to be, but if we try to do this, we won't have a reference to item details, which is supposed to have our broker in it. So what we need to do is not have it be a global var for this package, I think. Because otherwise it just gets messy. So if we're going to just embed a func, let's just embed a func. And this is this. But can't use that as a type func. But if I do that, because you're not, what I would need to do is have a method here this. And then I would have to store which might actually be fine. Because we have chooser items. So what we do is say if id dot message broker is not nil, oh, we don't want chooser items though. We do. We do. Because we have to convert this either way into something intelligible. So it's not really get skills. It's more like set chooser skills. Maybe that's better. Either way, it's ID. It's not that. It's skills and attributes dot get skills. ID dot message broker. Error not equals nil. We'll just do a messagey snack bar off of ID that says error getting skills from message broker. Forgot to wrap you in sprintf. I've realized that using their built-in error snack bar also logs an error, but it doesn't log it in our format. And until I figure out what I want to do with logger, if I want to keep using the thing I wrote, which is just a really basic package, or switch to like slog or something, I don't know yet. Either way. And then here we're going to do for I range items. Out here we're going to go, no, I lied. Here we're going to go choose your item. So we can do this, fill the fields, value. This returns a list of skills. Value is going to be our ID, UUID. This will be easier. But actually, if we're going to do that, might as well do this. And then that. Should this be text? How did we do? Our data struct. Property to modify is a null UUID, so I just use that. And we let it hand back whatever it do. No icon, no func, no separator before. This, however, we'll do the description on. And then we do Control-Shift-I. Okay. Doesn't do anything. No, thank you. Append, choose your items, new item. The end of all this there is no Copilot. At the end of all this madness, we do equals that. And here, actually, we're going to return if we have that error. And then, so what this is going to look like instead is id dot get attributes, not that. And then this will look an awful lot like this, except for skills. Why is that not? Oh, it's because I did not call it that. That, and then we'll make this one the same. Like so. This will look very similar. Except for this is attributes. Can we clean this up any? I don't think we can gain anything really by trying to abstract it. There's a little bit of code duplication, but that's fine. And then, can I actually just set this directly? What is your set items? And I believe this actually becomes redundant. If I do that. Oh, because I have an extra one. That's why you're mad. Ever bump versus the performance loss when using Golang versus like C++, C? Well, I would have to write the whole thing over again in C++ or C to find out, wouldn't I? At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, as long as it performs well enough to be a good user experience, then it's fine, right? Yes, okay, so that'll set that. Then we need to figure out, we're going to have this. And this actually needs to be in an updater. And then we would have to do if choose your items is greater than 0, we can do this. Or does it matter? Might not matter. Yeah, basically this as long as it works. Right, yeah, exactly. I don't know if it will matter if the widget will handle it gracefully. Let's try without first, because it's less code. It's simpler. We do set items to chooser items. Like so. And then we do an on change here. We do, actually need you to be after. We do an update on you if we change that. Now, in theory, we give this a quick run. Come in here. Attributes is set to default. Do I want that to default? That's not getting built correctly. No log errors. See here, skills, attributes. Check my docs here. On change. Yes, that's correct. Update you. Is that perhaps not working? Actually, what I should do... Wait. Because I never did... we do the update, but we didn't ever do... We need to call the function and then update. Silly me. Oop. Okay, well, an explosion is better than nothing. Let's see what we got here. Nil pointer, you say? It's because... Check here. Probably because we didn't give it anything. Item details 126. Thought it was current item. Is. Check here. Listeners, widget events. Already chooser. Oh, property type chooser current item. That'll help. Okay, now. Nothing, because it hasn't been done. Still nothing. Hmm. Let's make sure you're getting populated correctly. You're not. Why not? Let's do here. No, we do a snack bar there. We can't get this. We don't do it here. I'm betting you that I have no message broker. Because we set up some placeholder stuff. We haven't fully tied things together just yet. Do. No message broker configured. Makes sense. Makes sense. So we'll leave those errors in there. Or the snack bars in there. That we also want set current value to be a thing. But we'll come back to this. Leave myself a little note here. So over here in status effects, no, status effect editor, new widget, set data manager, the widget right here does not have a message broker. If we do this, we can just go ahead and feed it in. And then when we create the details, we've already got you. Display panel, display frame, data manager. That's right, we had this other problem where we want these to be copies, but that's fine. Oh, we have data manager. Which has a message broker. So we don't need this. We can use the same one. That's fine. I'm quite happy to have it do that. Display frame. Up here where we build you. Set data struct. Set message broker. Move you down a line. This will be this. Do I have... Because you live in status effects. So yes, I should have access to your message broker. think we're good. Let's find out. Might be missing something. Hard to say. No message broken configured. Why not? Set message broker should already exist. Oh, this is not right. Should be data managers, not no. There we go. So we need to support for both of these the ability to clear. That's fine. We're back in action with regards to actually getting data in. Wire up choosers to get data. And we've done this before. How did we do? Here we can do a placeholder value. So your value is, let's do a constant for this. We'll call you placeholder chooser value. Probably just fine to be an int. Text is none. There's none of that. What there is a decision. So right here, we set you to that. Actually, what I should do is do an if here. Let's do a couple more constants here, actually, so that we can tie everything together. This will be this will be that. So here we can say if oh, that gets a little more complicated because it's not actually the type. We have to figure out what you are in the stored version. Because in the server, config, status effects, you're just a UUID. Okay. So we're going to need to do this after we set up both of these. Just fine. So we need to check if the data struct has a value here. If so, figure out if it is a skill or an attribute. I don't know if we want to keep checking that every time or if we want to do... It's probably fine. It's not that much stuff right now. Might fix it later, might change it later if it becomes slow. Once we figure it out, set the value to that. Set the type value to that and the property value as well. If not, set to the placeholder. And we need to figure out also set the property chooser to a valid nil value. And if we look again at our SFX, that just becomes null, which is probably fine. If we wanted to change that, we'd have to change it here. I believe this is what the null UUID on Marshals 2, or Marshals 2 rather. We would have to do ignore empty here or omit empty, which we might do. We do it with the other stuff. Or some of it anyway. I'll think about that a little bit. Okay, so we need to do this. But I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. And then we'll figure out how to untangle this. There we go. All right. So, I guess the easiest part would be to say data struct probably to modify ID, which if we look at our data struct, not here, the status effect, pull you over here, need to just close all this for now. This is a null UID, so we say if it is valid, I think we can maybe get away with setting it to the placeholder and then overriding that if it needs to be. Maybe. Let's find out. Then, so if this is valid, we could add a thing to our data managers. We could say save items, add items, get items. We have that. So we wouldn't add it to this. We would add it to the message bus. That's where our no, it's a lie too. We would need to add it to we'd have to teach the data managers how to respond to a get valid type thing. Because you are a status effect manager, not a skill or ability manager. Which I kind of like the idea of from the architecture standpoint, right? Because that allows you to instantly query and say, hey, I have a UUID. What the heck are you? Which seems like a really smart thing to provide. But our message broker doesn't yet know how to do something like that, which is fine. We can add that. We can do new type, message type of broadcast. Like so. And then when we go through dispatching a message, subscriptions to the topic. That'll be a little bit messy because our topic would have to also be broadcast, right? Such type. And what we do is we loop through our subscriptions to the topic. We would either have to subscribe everybody automatically to broadcast or let them handle that or change this logic. And topic is just a string. We have access to the type of message here. The other thing we do is not have a type of broadcast. But we could just say yeah, let's just silently subscribe you. But let's actually do a broadcast on that as well. Actually, yeah, we do want to have a broadcast type. Because that'll avoid us stepping on anything. That when we send these to the subscribers, that way if they don't handle a broadcast, they don't know what to do with a broadcast, they can just drop it, right? You can still do that. And then we can do when we remove a subscriber, and when we add a subscriber, both. So here, so break our tests as well, I'm sure, because we're expecting only one sub. Or do we want to make sure that you have to subscribe to broadcast? Don't know the answer to that. Simplifies dispatch for sure. Otherwise, you would have to you get a separate channel if you didn't subscribe to broadcast. Or if you did, rather, right? So yeah, I think we want you to be just silently subscribed to them. Maybe I'll regret this in a minute, but we'll find out. So this actually... Name, topic. Add subscriber returns a channel. This one's easy. That's what we do there. Already a subscriber with this name, use it. Subscriber holds the channel. Otherwise, we do a new channel. Okay, so you don't actually get a separate channel. We always return you your channel just in case, but it's not required. So what we can do is we can say that add subscriber broadcast topic, return that. And then everything should work out. We just need to double check. There's a test still pass. Some of these are going to fail, I think, because they're going to be looking for specific counts of channels, but that's fine because we can extend them to account for subcount 2, yes, to account for the fact that we want to make sure they get subscribed to the default. So we subscribe you to test topic. We expect you to have subcount of 2. Do this. And where do we track? We need to track or check in the message broker. That test broker subscribers broadcast topic. Not subscribers, subscriptions. Do this. And this is a list of subscribers, so this should actually be subscriptions. Results expected. Do a bar there. Expected subscribers to broadcast got that. This is 1. This is Lynn. Broadcast subscriptions. What IDE is this? Doesn't look like VS Code to me. Hey Marco, how's it going? Is that a serious question or are you just trolling me? Otherwise, we want to make sure. I think that's fine, actually. Got to expected, or expected to got 1 because why? We miss goal-oriented programming or end-oriented programming. People are programming to make unit test passing. Like in general or like at your work or where? Sublist 0, sublist 0. This will make this easier to read. It is the same channel, it's just the count is not correct. Why isn't the count correct? Everywhere? In general, in work, and in hell. Oh, gotcha. I mean... the understanding of the purpose of tests, we were just talking about that this morning, is a little spotty. Often, not everywhere, but often. Unit tests are for when your language isn't Rust. Ever heard so much about Rust? TDD type-driven dev is the future. Why not many people adopting it though? Because there's not a lot of use of it yet, right? That's my guess. Most places are still not, like, most places still aren't even using Go. Why they still use C apparently? Well, the word on the street being the Pragmatic Developer newsletter, Pragmatic Engineer, um, is that the most desired role for backend is TypeScript. So there's that. There's a lot of C# and Java still in the world. I don't know about C. Like, it sort of just depends, right? What's up to you as well there, Ketchu? Took people years to adopt the car. They still wanted horses. Kind of a different creature. Let's see here. Subscriber list for this should have length of 1, but has that. Well, that's right. I can actually just do. I could do this. This would be nicer. Just for broadcast topic. We can do our validation up there. Instead of doing that. And here we do that. That won't fix this. Why are we getting only one? Sublist. Sublist. Because this should be updating the subscribe. Oh, add subscriber. We use you if we have you. Subscriber name gets added. Add +1 to you. Let's debug this. Something's wonky. Okay, we create you a new channel because this is the first time through. You have a sub count of 1. Add you to the subscribers list. Then we come back through. Current subscriber, we pull you out, you have 1. We add 1 more. Subscribers. You have 2. Sublist 0 is 1. But this is getting subscriptions. This, because this gets, okay, this isn't a pointer, that's why. I don't know that it matters, though. Because it's really only used to... to send things to you at that point, right? Send count. That's for dropping the topic or not. Okay. Do I care about that? Does it matter? Because the name of the channel don't ever change here. This should be... subscribers, 0. But that's not... should be that. I believe. Yes. Ah, I see. We tested that right after. Let's roll this change back really quick. Why was I checking both? I was mostly just making sure that the data didn't get mutated at some point, right? If we were to change this to where subscriptions were a list of pointers, Do that. So for that's going to break that. Which doesn't really gain us anything. Like, we really only care about the channel. This should really be test channel sublist. Because this is broadcast sublist. We should validate. We check the channels here. That's fine. Because we look you up, right? Yeah, I think we want these to be pointers. That, this, that. This is actually new and no, is it not? Oh, that. And then this. We look to see if we're already subscribed to this. Otherwise, create you. I think this comes up here. Otherwise, we just make them happen. To be honest, I still do unit tests even in Rust. They're useful for making sure your assumptions are okay and prevent unintended changes. Yes. That will break these, but that's fine. Just trying to remember why I didn't make these pointers and if there was a good reason or not. Or if it was just start simple. But theoretically, if we're going to be changing this thing, we should just be changing it. Right now, it doesn't really matter if the copy is accurate in the list of subscribers, but it is kind of surprising that it's not, right? Surprises are usually bad. Sorry about late response. I only just glanced in here. I'm focusing a bit on something unrelated. No worries. Obviously, unit tests only map me would go without one. Unit tests allow me to set up contrived examples of how I think this function should work, and they stay in the code forevermore to make sure that stays true in the future. Yeah. And to act as a canary. When you make a change and suddenly they start failing, you're like, oh dear, I didn't realize that would have an impact. Not such a big fan of assertions, albeit admittedly I don't have a much better idea. It's better to crash immediately when something is off rather than try and muddle through. Yeah. That's how you get JavaScript and PHP whose design goal was something like better does something wrong than crash. Go has the similar thing, you know, if it's in any way recoverable, you shouldn't panic, they say. That changes that. Okay. These still fail because this is looking for a pointer to compare with. Now it passes. And the same thing here. That should be that. Our channel should be the same. Our object should be the same. Subcount should be 2. Surprised I didn't fix this here because I should have spotted that. Maybe it was brain dead time. If it's an error that can be handled, sure, but I also prefer to panic when we get into something that shouldn't happen. Yeah. Like, there's good arguments for both, right? And it's really contextual. Like, how shouldn't are we talking? But that's, Primogen was talking about that as Tiger Beetle, maybe? Was calling it like Tiger style to just fail fast, panic fast, and try to catch bugs that way. And they had great results from it, right? Assertions are basically like the sky is not blue, it's green scenarios. And servers and long-lived protocols can just have a watchdog program to boot them back up any. So I agree. Or yeah. Or just if they're containerized, then they'll just do it anyway. Crashing immediately with a stack trace means that A, devs are incentivized to fix its major user impact, and B, it's easier to locate the problem if you crash where it occurred. Yeah. I mean, I would argue that you should be really incentivized to fix bugs anyway. Like that should be like, unless there's a compelling reason to kick them down the road, like you should be fixing your bugs. Imagine you get some impossible situation like an enum that wasn't any of the known values, then your program goes down a completely weird, incorrect path for some time. Yeah. But usually where I use enums, the correct response to that is to either silently drop it or to log an error and just say, hey, I don't know how to handle that. After it ends up in a completely messed up state and then crashes in a different part of the program, good luck finding out what went wrong internally. Yeah, it sort of depends, right? That's actually why the same sort of scenario is why I don't use IOTA anymore for the Go hacky constants. I use IOTA +1 because the default 0 can mask issues, right? So if you do IOTA +1, then you know for sure that something set this somewhere, or else it's invalid, and that's your default return thing, right? Time pressure and priority tasks often mean that we have to incur some technical debt and put a band-aid on something to be fixed at a later time. I mean, yeah, but the problem with technical debt is that it gets treated an awful lot like normal debt does currently, where it just lives forever and slowly eats your lunch, right? Login error becomes useless if people don't have good log hygiene. That's what I usually see. I mean, yeah, there's that too, right? It kind of all comes down to like we need more discipline, right? If I use -sv equals when I get so much log spam that a workday 8 hours is no longer enough to scan through a simple 10-second program. Yes, I've seen that too. I mainly work in a space where the code is deployed. It doesn't get changed, basically like NASA. It's better for the program to do nothing than to corrupt data or send free money to someone. Yeah, that makes sense. Spent 9 hours rewriting a Java app I had in Go. Feels okay, man. Awesome. Glad you had a good time. Go Simple doesn't have facilities to filter logging. You have to write them, right? You have to guard your log, your slog debug or whatever, or slog info behind a thing. Went from 1.3 thousand lines of code to about 400 with the same functionality, but I did make some optimizations now that I already knew the domain problem. Yeah. There's a lot to be said for the value of being able to rewrite the same thing, knowing ahead of time all the gotchas, right? Rest you can set verbosity per module, and that's hugely useful. Python could do that too, and C++, but for some reason our fine, upstanding Go devs haven't built that in. I mean, as usual, the answer is that you got to do it yourself. Okay, I was working on this, right? So, Message Broker now knows about broadcasty things. Other thing I need to add And in fact, I should do a commit for this real quick. Let's comment these out really quick as well, so that we have just the default behaviors, and we'll test things really quick. The only choice I have with our Go programs is what verbosity level to display, so I'm forced to keep moving my own log statements between info and .v1.info. Go roast mentioned? Yeah. Running. That's what I was doing. Let's run first, and then we'll commit just the message broker stuff in, and then we'll start consuming it. Enable ourselves to consume it, and then consume it. That's working. That's working. None break stuff as expected because we didn't set that up. It's just a nil, right? Meow for everything. Putting €1 in the jar for every Go roast? Well, you're going to save a lot of money once you get Ash wound up. Why is your label crap? Skills. It seems to be working just fine and dandy. Not getting log spam because I was nice to myself. Is this a resize-y issue where I thought you were working fine before? No. We need to fix that eventually too. Here, have an unrelated chuckle at the expense of some Go.doc comments I seen the other day. First, observe this method. Func, pointer to some client, okay, so it's method. List some resource, context, query options, and that's a expanded list. Or a list, rather. What do you suppose the comment says for this one? That's right, list some resource, returns a slice of resources which match the query. My thought was, what are those options in there? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Hi to you as well there. Blasty? Blasty? I don't know how you pronounce that. Well, this is what I found. Query option modifies the query request.type. Query option. Yeah. Test map. Good. This one jumped up at me. Most of this is driven off of events internal to Cogent now, but just want to make sure. Real quick that things are hunky-dory, and it seems like they are. Okay. This one jumped up at me, func with page size at 32 query option. Do I need to put that in and call list resource query multiple times or something? Are there some kind of page tokens involved? Does it all happen internally automatically? Here's the command on with page size, or a comment on with page size. Returns a query option that sets the request page size. Okay. I would assume that you just put the function into your list of options, right? And there's probably another query option function that sets the page start or whatever. I believe in your game. Thanks. Appreciate you. That's all the documentation on that topic. You now know as much as I do. I've seen similar patterns before in other libraries, and I would assume that there's probably a page start function or something in there somewhere. I don't know the decisions that, or the problems that lead to that architecture. I just know I've seen it before in a lot of places. Yes, but what happens if I add a page size option? Do I need to handle multi-page results somehow? No examples, no module docs, nothing. I mean, yeah, I mean, but that's just a failure of documentation in general, right? Which is very common. Now, there isn't any other query option related to paging or tokens, so I was forced to assume that the method handles paging internally. I mean, yeah, that also can happen. It's one of those things where it's hard. Like if you have an internal requirement to write the doc strings, then people will write the doc strings. But it's hard to deliver value in the moment when you have all the context. It's hard to really stop and pretend that you don't know all that context and write a meaningful doc string. Like I'm guilty of that too, right? Where I come back to something and I'm like, yeah, I should have done a better job there. Yes, and they keep saying to my team and others in this company that having mandatory doc string leads to complacency like this. Yes. Yeah, and like it's an easy trap to fall into, right? But what do? You optimize for what you measure for, so you have optimized for having strings that exist, so by golly, they will. Can I ask a question? Sure. I'm reminded of that glorious Dilbert comic where the boss said that they'll pay for every bug you fix, and they were all like, woohoo! The one guy's like, I'm going to write me a new minivan. Yes. You guys comment on your code? What sort of wizard is this? I mean, sometimes. It depends. We were looking at where do we need to put these things that handle the idea. And problem with this is it requires an awaiter to return. But the only other option would be to have everything register. So I think that the awaiter channel like is still probably a valid strategy. It puts more weight on the message broker to manage those, but that's probably fine. I think we'll stick with it until it proves otherwise. I'm quite new to software engineer. I just started to learn JavaScript 1 month ago. Do you think I got a chance to land software engineer? I'm 26, by the way. I know it's too late to start. I mean, no, it's not too late to start by any means. People change careers all the time, right? Landing a software engineer job is going to be really hard right now in general. And I don't know where in the world you are, so your market may differ, right? Um, in general, though, right now, there's a pretty big downturn in tech work, so it's going to be hard. Do I think you can still do it? Maybe. It depends, right? Your network probably has more bearing than anything else right now. But I don't have a magic answer for you to how do you get a job. If I was you, and I'm kind of in your shoes because I'm job hunting too, keep learning, do projects, build cool stuff. But don't quit your day job, right? Keep your bills paid, and then um, build your skills, and then you have some time before your skills are really going to be ready anyway, and hopefully our market gets better before then. I'm from Indonesia. Yeah, I don't know anything about the job market in Indonesia. It's going to be, I'm sure, vastly different from the market in the US. But like I said, you have some time before your skills are going to be at a level that are interesting anyway. So keep your bills paid, build your new skills, and then if you don't land a job, just keep making cool stuff, you know, and see if that becomes a thing for you. That's my plan. Let's see. I make sure to do my best to explain what my functions are meant to do, including ones not exported out of the module. And some of my colleagues, well, one does the same. The rest, not so much. Yeah. You get the quality of compute foo computes the foo, which keeps our linter happy, but does the opposite to me. Like to use semantic types in TypeScript and Rust that just wrap things. Generally feel more comments are for when the code sucks and you can't make it any more readable. Kind of, yeah. And I kind of lean towards the same, right? Where I try to make the name and the options as self-explanatory as possible. But as with all things, it's like a balance, right? You got to just do your best to strike the correct balance. Sometimes you need to explain some invariants and show some examples how to use a certain method. Yes. Yeah, examples are very, very helpful if it's not very, very clear. Like your options thing. That would be a really great place for an example. Absolutely, I agree. Okay. So this should probably be um get attributes and get skills. They return these things. But thanks, I needed to hear that. Hey, I hope it helps. I really do. It's a tough time. I wish you the best too. It's a very tough time, but we can only do what we can do, you know? Doing our best. Naming things is hard, but I'll never forgive the jackass who called the RPC entry point program for our automation stack the API server. Ah. Ah, yes. So now API server has a special meaning some of the time. Excellent. Excellent. All right. At the end of the day, this just dispatches a method, right? It's just a helper, or a message, I should say, that is special. This knows how to handle that message. So we need to know a third place where the, or to have a third place where this sort of broadcast can live. And it actually might just end up here. Because we dispatch the topic back. So what we can do is do a lookup skill, or rather lookup UUID, because this lives in the skills and attributes package. This will return what is our generic actually we don't want to do that because then you won't know what it is. We would need to make type here to return with the message. Because our data is anything, that's fine. So we could do a lookup response. And then this can have not type, but result type, which we can do responder type. Except if it was to be a response from a different thing, then we wouldn't know. So let's not do that. Our data response will just be a list item, which is an interface. So and then we can type assert it. Does that make sense? Not config manager, but list item. These guys return an error. We probably want to do the same thing. That would make the most sense, I think. And this is going to look similar. Just copy this in real quick, and then this is that we give you a UUID. That's fine. This is a select. This shouldn't be. This should be broadcast. Data is nil. Response topic is response topic. This is on the broadcast topic. We send the query message, which needs to have not that. This also needs an ID. Data is the query ID, or ID query, probably makes more sense. This is just a list item. I can't do that. I need to do that. This doesn't need to be a list. What is this response going to look like? If we put a null UUID in here. So if well, no, we can't do that. Because this is going to return us a thing, a list item, or nil. So we do if, well, first we need to do make sure that the data that came back is a list item. Is not a nil UUID. We need to look at the implementations of these. To recall for sure what we return. Where is my interface? Over here. implementations, attributes, get ID, returns a UUID string. So yeah. So it'll be the string of a nil UUID if it's not valid. In theory. Widget. So if it's not that, then turn the asserted item in nil. This return result and this that says unexpected response type is that, which is that. This all actually we should do the same. Should be this got this. Or I could just do wanted that. And this is results. So that's a list item. Type of should be fine. So turn that. This we need to say if you're a context deadline exceeded error, turn result in nil. Do I want to wait response? So yes, this does block. So it tells us that there's nothing, we just didn't get any. And that's fine, that's behavior I want. Would you consider moving to Europe, or do we not have enough monster trucks and Walmart? I would consider it, but there's a couple things working against me. Mostly, I would need to solve the visa problem, right? I'd have to figure out what that requires and then do that. And then it would have to be a reasonably good offer, because if I was to be working abroad, I would still be taxed here. And there's apparently some countries have like an agreement back and forth as to where you get like, you don't get double taxed, where they have like an agreement that says, hey, I already paid taxes here, that comes off of my bill, right? So it would have to work out economically that way. But I would absolutely consider going to Europe for a while, because I like to see new places, and that would be pretty rad. If you want, I can look for SRE positions. I know we have some open in Dublin. Who knows? Might be possible to snag relocation package if you wanted. You know, it would be really tempting, except for all the things we've talked about recently. It would be extra tempting because actually Ireland is one of the places I really, really want to see. There's all the downsides we already discussed, but it might be worth trying for a while. It might be. Might be. I'll have to think about that a little bit. I also don't know if my SRE skills are strong enough to be to carry me that way, right? Like it all comes from my working at places where DevOps and SRE people couldn't get the job done, so I just had to go do it. And from like really old, like I used to think I wanted to be DevOps or SRE, but by the time I did enough work to acquire the basic skills, I was like, you know, I'm kind of done with this. Like, it's not as fun as I had hoped. It's crazy that the US taxes you even outside. It's like a subscription service to freedom. Yeah, it is kind of weird, right? The other thing is, like, let's say I was to move someplace and decide that I never want to leave again. This is my forever home. And I'm 100% convicted of that, you know, in my mind and soul. And I decide that I wish to only be a citizen of that place. Let's say that was to happen. I would still be taxed in the US for like 10 years. Nothing else after I get this renovation done and my family visits out of the way. You can come for a tourist visit in the fall. At minimum, I can offer a room to stay for free. I mean, that is incredibly nice and generous of you. And there is a possible world where that might happen. I need to sort out the income situation before I can do that, right? But like that would be pretty rad. Okay, so return an empty result. And nil. Or is that the yeah, probably. Or do we do like a custom struct in here? You'd have to reach in there. You'd need to put the van in storage and get air tickets, yes. But once here, the stay would be relatively cheap, not having to pay for room. Yeah. It's not a van though. It's a trailer, so I would have to solve that problem for sure. I'm too tall for vans. I'd have to store the trailer and the truck. But that's not like a huge expense, I don't think. So I wish I could do a van. I would probably want more room in a relatively short amount of time, but it would be cool to be a little more off grid than I am currently, for the sake of being able to park up in places like in the woods with no neighbors, and to get into more places. Because towing a big trailer, I have to be really careful about not ending up on dead end roads, right, or trying to off road, which makes me very, very conservative with the places I go. I've already ended up on a dead end road once looking for a campground, and almost twice. And it was not fun either time. Turn the trailer into a submarine, reverse Christopher Columbus into Europe. I suspect that the real submarines would object a little bit. Yeah, let's just return the result. What happens if I call get ID on you, though? If you're nothing... what I do is... Because we're in the skills and attributes package here, we'll just return a sentinel error. I think... Can I make this a const? I think this has to be a var. We'll try. Words. No. Or no results found error. Yeah, this needs to be a var. Can't be a const. And then I return a no results found error and nil. Actually, I can return nil in all these cases as well. Doesn't cover all cases. There's an actual error, we return that. The asserted item is our list item. We return it if it's got a valid ID. Let's actually do the same thing here. What case would that return in? Or what case would we end up down here in? I think we also need to unsubscribe. Oh, name and don't know why I haven't done this. Because a subsequent message for it would take it out of there, but if there never happens, it would just be continuously clogging up everything. So I should be doing the same thing up here as well, actually. Ooh, actually, that also might be a problem in our unsubscribe. Make sure there are no remaining subscriptions other than broadcast. If before we remove broadcast. That's going to require tests as well to make sure that we don't break that. We forgot to commit that too, but that's fine. So in here, look up ID. We need to do the get skills as well. We deferred you. Yes, we remembered to. Name, please, not topic. Defer. Subscribe, response name, response topic. Fix that up. Okay, I think that covers those. Let's fix this up real quick. Before we forget, while we're making Message Broker much cooler. So right now, we're going to do this. Test. Remove subscriber, 2 topics. Broadcast remains, let's call it that. And then we'll put you down here with the rest of the remove tests, just for visual organization. So we still do this. And we verify you're the same. Subscriptions should be 2. Test subname should be 3. Ooh, do we have a problem? Run this really quick. Why weren't you 3? Because these test the add and remove directly. This needs to be moved down. And instead of remove, it's actually unsubscribe. So we can still add them this way. That's fine. Nope, I lied. Because these are testing add, we need to basically just copy this one in first. However, this should also be 3. So we might have some other issues. Now that I think about it, just replace this, use this as the base, run this really quick. We didn't change the channel name. That would be correct. Behavior. Okay. We should, though, oops. We should have both cases where this is testing a second subscription. This should be same topic. That goes away. That goes back to that. This becomes 2. Now then. This does need to be that, and then it's topic. Broker dot unsubscribe, test subscriber name, test topic, and then you should be down to 2. Right now, this is going to fail because it's going to be down to 1. Ooh, we panicked even. Or I forget. Just also run that. Yeah, okay. As expected. And I should put you... We don't test unsubscribe because unsubscribe up until now has only called remove, and we tested that. Okay. So why do we panic here? Move subscriber. It's because we switched to pointers, right? Topic. Broker.subscribers name. '81. If you're not nil, then -1. Oh, actually. So why would you be... Why would you be nil? Come through the first time. We subtract the sub count. $108. Then you should be less than 1. Oh, okay, right. Because we delete you. That's why you're nil. Take you out of there. To think about that a little bit. It's been a tiring day. If I squint at the clock, it's late enough. I think I'll go to bed. I anticipate being up at like 6 a.m. again since it's the weekend. You and your insane weekend sleep schedule. But I wish you a good night. I hope your other occupied things were productive. And we'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. Can't help it. It's not intentional. I just wake up at 6 and that's it. No, go back to sleep. That really sounds awful. But I know how it be. I just usually don't wake up at 6. Keep up the good work. I mean, I'll try. I guess we would just say here that if it is nil, we'd have to continue, right? Well, that wouldn't even make any sense either. I guess you're stuck with me now, Dollar Store Ash. I don't know about Dollar Store. Just keep saying goes bad, rust is good. You can't miss it. See? The reason is because when we do this, we empty it and we delete you, and we break. And then we get called again. We don't need to drain you if you're... Yeah, I think we're good here. I think this fixes us in an acceptable way. Then we have index out of range, which makes sense. Except... this we don't even need to check anymore for this test. Nor this. We don't need to store that. We need to know about test channel so we can check this. This doesn't need to be checked for this test. Actually, I lied. We want to make sure that you're still in test topic 2. Which you won't be in this case, but we're going to test it anyway. We still don't need to know about the channel. It should still be the same. Of course, it is the way. Sublist is now test topic 2. This being less than 1, we should fail there. 22. I need a fatal there, I think, instead of fail. And that should fix our panics. There we go. Test subscriber was not added to the subscribers map. This should actually be... is no longer in the subscribers map. Got to turn that off, didn't I? Off with you. Junk. There we go. Okay. That takes care of that. Takes care of that. So we just need to fix the behavior. The other thing we wanted to make sure should be still 2. Yes. Okay. We want to... yeah. We're going to check also not subscribers, but actually, let's do it up here. We'll do the same block here. And we'll do like we did up above, where this becomes, nope. Don't refactor because that'll get them all. Broadcast sublist. This. I don't need that anymore. We can just do that. Okay, now we can fix the behavior. So up here, we say if well, it's going to be changed if we move this. So what we want to do is say if subscribers if it's not nil, and greater than or it's less than 2. No, less than 1. No. If it's equal to 1. Because that means that the only sub it still has is broadcast. I don't think we store the actual subs in here, though. Yeah, we don't. Okay, that's fine. But this should actually be less than or equal to 1. No, just equals. I think we're okay there. And they shouldn't be in the subscribers. Wait, no. Should be. Did I check the right place? Subscribers with the name. Okay, so what happened? Debug time. Let's try that again. Subscriptions. Sorry, subscribers. Channels that. Sub count is 3. Step into this. Because we go through subscriptions to topic, which is foo. This should be inside of this. That's why. probably why this was needed as well. So actually, let's just comment this out. My loop was wrong. And to check, oops. Yeah, it doesn't panic anymore. That's what was going on. We're deleting you too soon. This doesn't return an error. We should be okay in here, though. I hope. If not, we'll panic some other time. And we'll just relieve ourselves a note here. If there is only one subscription remaining, it should be the broadcast topic. Clean it up, meow. Run this again, fix that. Okay, let's do the commit before I forget. For just the message broker stuff. Double check. Yeah, that's only message broker stuff. Expand message broker to support the idea of broadcast messages, auto subscribe everyone to them, clean them up as appropriate. Fix tests to account for this as well. We'll push that up. Now, let's go back to this. Okay, so lookup ID, we've cleaned up our stuff in all of our helpers. For this, we should probably make myself a note here to double check the... Actually, no, we're in this, aren't we? Status effects. We don't have a similar pattern for this at all. So we just get them directly out of our data managers. So up until we add this to these, this should be okay, I think. I'm going to use the restroom really quick and refill my water bottle. And then we'll get back to getting this wired up to actually be consumed so we can do the lookup. I'll be right back. There we go. All right. So, next. Consuming this. We can call it over here. Uncomment this. And remember to get rid of that. If this is valid, and also we need to uncomment this, then we need to look it up. So what we do is we do get lookup UUID. We use the message broker, which in this case we have, right? Yes, it's id.messageBroker. This is, and then this is datastruct.propertyModifyID.UUID. There is an error. Then we message snack bar off of ID. Error looking up property to modify by ID. I forgot to format string this, but that's okay. We'll fix that. Printf, yeah. This is only if it's not a no results found error. Actually, I could flip this around. And I could say, if it is that error, we say no found with ID. We don't have a name here. Spitting out an ID is not super valuable to the user. But we could do no valid property found for or we could do string has an invalid or this unable to resolve property to modify ID. There we go. I like that more. This is id.datastruct.name. Put that down here. Else we do that. Can't forget that. And that's not. We just do an else here. And because we know that this is either just double check. This shouldn't be anything other than a valid. And we already make sure that the UUID is not nil. So in this case, we should be valid. We can switch on item type. If it is a what did we make you? It is a list item, but two implementations attribute, config manager attribute. Yes, okay. Not implement list item. That's not true. Ah. Pointer. Build an attribute list. Case it is a skill default invalid item found by ID for effect this effect. And this is that item type will actually spit out the type. This should actually be this. So this is T, and then this is id.datastruct.name again, so that we have a valid, useful string coming out. Okay. So. And then we just leave it be. This, we set the property type chooser, set current value to attribute chooser text. Property type chooser, set current value, skills chooser text. Is that sufficient? Okay. Are we notify got you oh crap. UUID.UUID. List item. If you're a list item, though, you need to track down. I got unhandled message type broadcast coming in, which, I mean, is to be expected, right? I just got to figure out where I logged that. Unexpected response type, wanted something, got UUID.UUID. Oh, because I never, okay, yeah, okay. I didn't wire it up to the listener, but it's getting something back. What happened there? This isn't a warning. This is a debug now. The this guy has a type now. So we can do this, that. This is dot broker name. Even better. Perfect. So just to double check, since it's easy to do, we'll make sure that the error message or the log messages are debugged now and that it has the correct for at least two of these. There'll be one still, which is somebody. Skill manager, Azure manager, and somebody received unhandled message type. Okay, that's fine. And this being a quoted string actually doesn't do me any favors because it requires actually, can I do not that? Is there a format for single quoted? Because it double quotes my whole body, so it just results in escape characters. I don't think there is. So let's just make this a string. It'll be fine. Be a better output just because it won't have escape characters littered throughout it, which always look ugly in a log. Yeah, that's fine. Somebody else is still doing it, and that's probably this manager actually, but that's fine. We'll fix it in a second here. Right. I was gonna do that. Why would you be getting a UUID still? Nil error. Can't remember if I've got this set up to debug or not. Those rare cases where it's not easier just to do a trace. Let's find out. So we got a response. No, not that. Response. Oh, we got our own. Right. We got our own message. Await response needs to. We can just play that real quick. Get out of here. And your type because channel. If it's not a broadcast, then we return it. Otherwise, it just gets silently dropped. Okay, so we timed out. That's to be expected. That. Okay, so now go fix our listener. So if it's a select, we do those things. If it's a broadcast, we look at the type. Why did I do case nil up there? Message type. Oh, because if the data type is nil, that's the thing we want to see in that case, because it's just a select, which means, hey, give me all your items. Because this is only for just a select response to this particular manager. In this case, if it's a UUID, we go through this. I think I care about that. Because get items returns list items with the string match. we need to have a response topic, and we probably want to do this before we go through everything. If there's no response topic, there's no point in us going through that. Our get items should handle our lock, and it does. If this is the case, then response is a broker message. Fill the fields for me. Message type. It's a reply. Data is item. And then this is the response topic. Message broker, dispatch on the response topic. No, sorry, this is not. This is. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing here. Or do we? Well, because you're a broadcast, this should probably be a debug log. Let's give that a shot. Didn't get populated yet. Oh, because attributes get added. Something got added. It shouldn't have been it. Why would that have been added? You should exist already. It's the current item index, those associated with the given value. Given value is not found. Adds to items list if it is not empty string. Says text that's user label of the item. Because we use func, not value. Dang it. Not func val. That's kind of an ugly, nasty workaround, but what if I get away with just using value? Since it's just a string anyway. Okay, it doesn't populate our delewopper, but that's fine. Because we haven't told it to yet. But I'm interested in whether or not I can cut that out and still get it to appear without duplicating. Yes. Would appear so. Perfect. Okay. So when we do this, we figure out all that. This actually needs to happen after. Oh, does this not send? What if this doesn't send an event? Do we have to send it manually? Might be a thing. Didn't see it first until I changed it. Okay, so send change and send change in both cases. Probably just do once after, but that's fine. We'll do test. Testy test. Yes, good. It was to put you down here. Oops, clicked on the wrong one. There we go. And then you have none. But you would get some. Okay. Excellent. Very, very pleased with that so far. We still need to support the idea of setting it to none, but let's do a quick commit here. Set up dual selectors or choosers. Hey, thanks I follow. I really appreciate that. Set dual choosers to intelligently pull information out of the message bus for to look up what the ID they have is. Okay. Oh, there we go. So we need to right here do okay. So I want to change. Couple things need to happen. If how do I get the value again? Let me look at my docs. Current item. Current item is not specifically value is not what was you called? Placeholder chooser value. Then we do these things. Otherwise, set the current value of property chooser to placeholder chooser value. Except for I can't do that. Can I? Chooser items. What I can do is create a chooser item here. Value is that. And then I can't do that. Well, it's going to add it if it doesn't exist. And because we're using values, it actually might work okay. We might not need to worry about that. Oops. Run this. So if we go in here, you don't have anything. So you're just empty. Because you're not a string. So I should make you a string. Which is fine. Not opposed to that anyway. We just need to be a little bit careful. And actually, we set you to that. We do all those. On a change, we do this. So I think that actually we just need to do this completely. No matter what, we need to fire off a change event so that you get initialized with everything. We still need to have you added, though, to our list so that we can clear you. And this doesn't actually set that to none either. But if we do none, then it gets set. I guess we could also just do an else here. And then put you in there. Or, actually, maybe making this harder than it needs to be. Put you back up in here so that you only fire when we change things. Send change, okay. As part of the update here, whoops. It won't help me, will it? As part of our update, if chooser items doesn't have at least one thing in it, actually, let's see. If it's greater than 0, we'll do this. Else. set the current value to placeholder choose value. How do we like that? Yes. I'd still like none to be an option here, though. That way you can clear it multiple different types of ways. What I can do is say actually I might be able to get away with this completely if I just do what the heck are you? Core.chooser item, that's what you are. And then let's actually do this. Empty chooser, let's say you're called. Perfect. And then down here we can do empty chooser. Empty chooser, and then silly me. Put you out there, and then we set items, but link to valid items. Oh, hang on. On a change, property chooser. If it is a valid item, do we need this? Let's find out. I think we still might need to have that update fire. You shouldn't be none, though. We get set to attributes. Or should you actually, hang on, you should have an ID. Typed user sets to that. And then we send a change, which makes you update. We used to just say, okay, yeah, we just need to call user items, set items to this list that we build. Set user skills or items. The value is that. So we set the value to. But here we need to not you. We need to construct a null UUID. This is if dot data struct dot null UID is valid. Then we can set it to that directly. Else we set it to that. And then I don't need this at all. Just update. Let it handle itself. I think. I hope. Oh, okay. Close. Not quite. And you shouldn't have. Oh, because you selected the wrong thing. Data struct. Just that. Agility, except for this needs to be that shouldn't have been valid. In fact, it's not valid. It says it's not valid very clearly. Oh, because I did the wrong thing here too. That. Too many ID fields, but kind of need them all. none and none attributes and agility, skills, and ooh. That's a problem. And it's because it's still set to the other thing. I'm going to set you here. And then we're going to go for whatever range we just use valid items. We just built that. If dot your chooser item, so your value is equal to this, only then do we set you. Ensure we have this in the list. For cases like when we change at the type of property. Hello to you, too, MD. For cases like when we change the type of property, still have the old ID in here. I got my brain become shrinking over time. That's unfortunate. Do some brain push-ups. So, there's that. And if we change you, boop, you get booped over to none. Perfect. If I did... Yeah, okay. Pretty sure I need to do all that just because of the way the widget works. Because it needs to have this available to choose from. So we might as well just go through this list as we fly through. Otherwise it'll add a thing and it'll be invalid. It'll be annoying. And we'd have to track a different state. This is easier. Let's do a commit for this. Handle keeping our property to modify in sync with the state of the config or the data object and the in progress changes, i.e. changing the type. We need to handle writing. We need to handle the UI. So let's actually just leave myself. Check data struct has a value here. We've done that. Check out attribute, done that. Figured out set the type, done that. Set the property chooser to a valid nil value. We're good. All that is done. what we need to do is add, and it won't be in item details. I think, oh no, it will be. It will be. Because this is our form. So down here, after all of this, we need to add the normal changes in progress warning box with a revert and save or apply button down here. That's going to be our next lift for this, right? And is there anything else that we need to do before that? Let's run this again. -1. None is now a valid choice. That would be a valid choice. Right now it just keeps reloading. We also need to track down. Let's fix that really quickly. I believe it's in the status effects config manager that it's still sending or not config manager, but the whatchamadilia here. Oops. Status effect editor, effects manager. In your run, this is a string. This is a string. Bump this down. This is we don't have a different type for this because it's all the same. So actually, we can just do your broker name still. Yeah, we can do broker name still. That's not that. It's constant. There we go. And then this let me make sure I do the same sort of pattern here. Expected data type, that, and then, oh, I didn't do that yet. Okay. We do want to do that. We want you to be broker name because you have that because you are a multi-purpose manager. This one only does effects. But we'll do the same deal here. Set as that. And we'll use the constant instead. That way we log out all the things. And we'll just double check. Okay, I'm getting a debug editor. Status effect manager. Doesn't handle broadcast. But I'm pretty sure I'm in debug mode. I wonder if we ever gave you a logger. Or if we're just using yeah, your source is the game editor. So that should be fine. It's a warn. Oh. Unhandled message type broadcast. Status effect manager. Don't. I thought this even before. Well, let's find out. Just comment that out. I didn't remember seeing these, but maybe I'm just losing my mind. 100% possible. Okay, yeah, okay. We did. For some reason, I thought I was not in debug, but I must be. Debug logging level. So that's fine. Let's put that back. Run this again really quick. Only see one, which is correct. And we only see it when it's actually trying to pull things. Perfect. Okay. Let's do a commit for these. Clean, improve logging for different managers. Unhandled message type becomes debug log message. Okay. That, and we have our note to ourselves here. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's a good place to stop for today. Normally, I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, show up around about now, but 4 hours ago, wherever you are in the world, and I should be here doing more of it. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, you have a great weekend anyway. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out. We had some great chats, and